Good afternoon and welcome to the Bellevue School District regular board meeting of the Board of Directors. Today is Tuesday, August 24th, 2021. We'll begin with roll call. I'm Francine Wiest.
Carolyn Watson.
Christine Chu. Erica Malie.
Director Serafan may be joining us later.
Adjournment.
All right,
Superintendent.
thank you. We'll now move to the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We acknowledge, honor, and respect that our broad community of Bellevue School District students, families, educators, and staff live and learn on the traditional indigenous land of the Coast Salish peoples. We thank the caretakers of this land who have lived here and continue to do so since time immemorial. Thank you and welcome everyone for attending either virtually or in person. We have a good turnout today as we prepare for the start of the 21-22 school year. The agenda is before you, directors. Are there any comments, changes, requests? Okay, I move that we approve the agenda.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. And Dr. Watson, did we get an aye from you? Excellent.
Sorry.
All right, so with that, we will move on to the consent agenda. Yes, Director Chu.
On the consent agenda, I want to note an item that I would like to leave slightly open. So I wanted to note that on the board meeting dates that we had set last time as our tentative going forward, one of those is scheduled on top of the WASDA General Assembly. And it's scheduled on a night when either folks are traveling after work to get there or during the board meeting for WASDA. And I had called it out as a conflict and somehow it got lost in the shuffle as a conflict. That said, it is likely at this point in time with the COVID rates that they are, that the General Assembly will be moved in time and or location. So I would just like to note that if it becomes a major issue, I'd like to be able to bring that back up at our next meeting for consideration. But at this point, I think we should just leave it as planned.
Okay. Anything else?
About the consent agenda?
Yes.
I had a few just comments that I wanted to
Go ahead.
address to it. Now? Okay. I just wanted to say thank you again to CTE for their excellent documentation of the courses that they offer. These look like well thought out plans to me. And I wanted to thank again for the budget narrative. I'm going to keep saying that I really like the budget narrative. And it was great to have a list of all the possible merit field trips, but I'm having a wondering about the equity of the opportunities for all, and are we sure we have those in all the high schools and things? So that's just something for us to think about. And that's all I have to say for the consent agenda, just some comments.
Okay, anything else? All right, well, yes, go ahead.
Clarifying question on the blanket approval for the field trips that's put in here. Are we suggesting that we're going to change our approach and not approve field trips like as they come up, but we're just going to have a blanket approval, or what does, I just want to understand what that means so that I don't misinterpret it.
So my understanding is that every year we do have the blanket approval for the kind of regularly scheduled championships for merit and athletics, and that's what this list is comprised of. My tacked on wondering to that is I see the notation about that there will be a thorough review of that. I would like to know if that will come back to the board at all in terms of a procedure, more detailed, especially given the situation we find ourselves in with the pandemic. Dr. Jarvis, do you know who prepared that report, who might be able to answer that?
I did not do that.
In terms of the approval for the overnight merit-based field trips and athletic trips. So we're providing a blanket approval as the board, which we normally do because of the time constraints, oftentimes in determining, who qualified and is able to go. And then there's the whole equity component, which my understanding is that the budget and the law now requires, or the law requires that we have allocated in the budget a way to ensure that we are able to support all students who do qualify and wish to attend those. So, but that aside, because of the pandemic, right now it's kind of an open question into how the procedures will be designed around field trips. So I'm just wondering if that's going to come back to the board.
Yeah, I apologize for making you repeat that. I was doing something else, but the bottom line is that we will continue to follow the guidance and follow it very carefully on anything that would be overnight or that would really put the kids in harm's way. And so right now, an approval of an overnight would imply that it could well not happen, and we will make sure that's understood.
And
So the approval is basically that we're saying that if the district chooses to proceed,
Correct.
we're behind them.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
And then just one more clarification on that. I noticed, and it's traditional, that there are several trips that are actually within driving distance. However, it has been determined historically that being able to spend the night at SeaTac Hotel, because there are late evening and early morning events, that's been the historical practice. However, is it on the table as well that perhaps students could attend but not do the overnight component? In other words, have to drive back and forth?
Yes, I think it's fair to say any and all of those would be literally item by item, depending on the circumstances leading up to that in today's world.
Okay. All right. Are there any other clarifying questions?
No, I'm going to thank you, kind of really good. This is great improvement over what it was a couple of years ago when kids won the opportunity to go to state and then, they just scrambled to get reservations and stuff, so this is great.
Okay, excellent. And then I'll also echo, about the CTE comment. I'm looking forward. That is our September visit, is a tour of the CTE programs of the district in lieu of one of our regular school visits. And so a lot of the information that we get in this annual report, we'll be able to have time to discuss and see in action. All right, so seeing no further comments, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, the consent agenda is approved. And that brings us to item 3, superintendent updates. Dr. Jarvis.
Thank you, President Wiest and members of the board. I would like to first, I guess, say that it's loud. I'm undoubtedly going to run long on this item because I think given the opening of school next Wednesday, I'd like to cover some of the specific points that I know are of community interest, and we've seen the emails and we've seen the data. So I'd like to cover in some detail both the items and why some of the decisions have been made. And let me lead off with, I'm going to also offer that tomorrow, which would be Wednesday at this same time, 4 o'clock here, and Thursday at 4 o'clock here, I will be here to meet with anybody who would like to talk about or learn information. We're trying to get information posted that it's everywhere you look, but I also recognize that people are struggling to get certain answers or conversations about what they would like to talk about. So I'd like to make myself available to be here at 4 o'clock these next 2 days, and recognize that timing is short, but at the same time, I think we have spent probably hundreds of hours trying to arrive at certain positions, but that doesn't mean that people necessarily see them as transparent or even understand why, or have a chance to disagree. So I'd like to start there. But in terms of my comments, I start honestly with a celebration. All of us were here on March 12th, somewhere on March 12th when the system got shut down. And next Wednesday on September 1st will be the first day that we have brought an entire school system back into operation, and I want to celebrate that. One of the probably most intense comments that I heard as I came in the door a little bit for a few days to visit in June, but officially on July 1st, was a fair amount of skepticism whether or not this day would come. And we kept saying that, in fact, we would have the doors open for all students 5 days a week and be able to be in person, and we will do that. But I want to talk about that a little bit in several sense. Certainly, as you watch the pandemic and the data and analyze that, what's different from a year ago, or what's different from March when it was shut down? And I would point in particular to the two things. One of which is the vaccination and the vaccination rate and the vaccination of staff members, so that as an example, Labor and Industries is comfortable that our employees are safe in carrying out their work. And that was not the case 18 months ago. Secondly, we've had a chance to have our 12 through 18 vaccinated. I do think it's going to be several months before we see, in my opinion, the opening of vaccination for younger students. So at the time in March, we had even the beginning, a year ago, what are the countermeasures and do they work? One of the things we do have assurance on now is that we've spent a year developing countermeasures, and the fact is that they do work. So some of those countermeasures I want to walk through and recognize, starting with face coverings, probably one of those items that is could be the most contentious among several. But are face masks required, or are they unhealthy for children? And the reality is at least twofold, if not threefold. Number one, Governor Inslee and the state superintendent and the state of Washington have determined, the Department of Health, that face masks are in fact healthy and that they are required. And the required is not an opinion, it is in fact true. The reason they're required is the belief that we can keep young people safe and healthy, but we need to have a series of countermeasures. And the first one that is on that list of effectiveness and proven and required is face coverings. So therefore, we will be able to open, and we will be able to open the doors for all young people. I've heard the question of what happens if I send my child without a face mask and I tell them not to put one on. And my answer is I'm going to express as much joy as I possibly can about opening this fall, about returning kids to school, working with the teachers back in force, and a moment of beginning the long recovery of school systems and schools, but particularly for the young people. If we have a child without a face mask and that child or that young person has been instructed not to put one on, they will not see the classroom. They will be immediately moved to an isolation room. If there's more than one and we need to, we will identify, and we will have identified empty classrooms. Those students will go to the empty classroom and parents will be contacted to pick up their child. They will not be allowed to enter the classroom. And my plea to the world is the argument is at a different level. It's at a level that says schools, school boards, school superintendents do not even have a choice at this point. I'm not trying to cop out. I'm trying to say it is the regulation, it is the requirement, it is safe. The first thing that would happen if we did not do that and did not carry it out is that our employees would be expected to turn to their Labor and Industries, among others, and say we're not being protected the way the law requires, the way the regulation requires. And we would not have our teachers in our classrooms. So as soon as we lose our teachers from the classrooms, we lose that battle on multiple fronts. So I'm not trying to pick a fight. I'm trying to say that that is the rule. It is the requirement of the system, and it is the one that will allow us to open the doors and have young people here. Again, I repeat, I will be here tomorrow at 4 o'clock, and I'll be here the next day at 4 o'clock. And I'd be more than willing to discuss and explain and share information and also listen. But I do need to make that point very clear, that this is not an option. This is not an option to be able to run the school and have no face masks. A second question that comes up is, what about the vaccinations? And in the short while, not long ago, the state superintendent made a request to the governor, and the governor, in fact, within 72 hours, responded that vaccinations will be required of all school personnel, with the exception of valid exemptions, and that will be handled under rules provided by the state and the Department of Health. So if an employee chooses not to be vaccinated, to use the state superintendent's words, they will be discharged, dismissed, terminated. And there are provisions by which somebody who has a medical reason that meets the qualification, or a sincere religious objection that qualifies, can work through HR to take a leave or otherwise. But if they're going to be in the schools, they will be vaccinated, and that again is part of the health and protection for our young people. There is an October 18th deadline. The 18th is to be fully vaccinated. To be fully vaccinated means they have to complete the series and basically 2 weeks prior to that. And you're looking at the 4th of October, so that series has to begin earlier. And it is in effect now. Carrie will not be with us this evening because she's at a clinic that the district is offering and immediately set up for those who wish to be vaccinated to be able to receive that in the school district and with the support of the schools. So at this point, we're watching that move ahead with all school employees, and we're implementing the requirement that they be vaccinated, and HR will be handling any exceptions requested by an employee. But again, for all practical purposes, 2 of the countermeasures that have changed the picture and allow us to be open this fall are face coverings and vaccinations. Testing is not completely decided. What we're testing is not being required, and it's not being mandated for either students or staff, but we are getting offers of assistance through the Department of Health statewide and through the organizations they have partnered with, and we're trying to provide opportunities for staff in particular to be able to get a COVID test if they wish. We are not looking at doing what they call a wide-scale screening of all children or all staff members. We're talking voluntary and not mandatory, but we are talking about trying to set up a program by which someone who's uncomfortable or needs to know has an option to be tested. Building protocols have been developed, and they vary slightly depending on the age of the students. But for all practical purposes, there are a couple protocols that have been dropped from what you knew in effect last year. One of those was attestation forms. The determination of the Department of Health was that the attestation forms are not as needed for a number of reasons, and they were not particularly effective among the countermeasures, so they dropped that particular attestation. If you're not familiar with that, that was a requirement that parents every day sending a child to school had to attest that they were showing no symptoms. And it was an honor system, if you want to refer to it that way, but it simply wasn't particularly effective for either of the schools, and it has been dropped as a requirement. The other and very significant protocol that was dropped was that classrooms must maintain 6-foot distance between students in the classroom. And that put school districts and families and young people in a position where even with a 900 square foot classroom, it was not able to serve an entire class of students and was therefore put school districts in what they called typically a hybrid fashion. Some of the students could come on certain times and other students came at other times, but that one proved very, very difficult for school districts to manage and really make work for families with children going to school at different times, different days, different hours, different amounts, and then throughout the grades at a different level. So that 6-foot distancing has been ruled out except for common spaces such as lunchrooms or places, hallways where people are asked to maintain distances. What the health department and the rules and the guidelines state at this point is that 3 feet is a recommended distance in the classrooms to every extent possible. Where it's not possible, to simply do your best to keep the spacing that you can keep, but by no means should you keep children out of school based on that 3-foot requirement. So you'll see a significant change in what that allows us to do as far as gathering a classroom of 7-year-olds and be able to make that work in the schoolhouse. Other things will look remarkably similar. You'll still see arrows on the walkways. You'll see stairwells and walkways that they try to keep people going the same direction and not be mixing and mingling. Probably one of our greatest issues to deal with is the fact that young people in particular are social. They like to gather, they like to stop in the hallway, they like to be who they are and laugh and hug and share. And we're asking them to do everything possible not to do that socialization in the hallways, and recognize that by asking them that, we're trying to keep the schools open and we're kind of trying to keep children in the schools. So building protocols are essential. The distancing, and we've changed the attestation and the 6-foot. One of the questions that comes up as I speak 6-foot distances and common spaces is clearly lunches. What happens for young people eating lunch at school in the middle of the day, and how are you going to make that work? At this point, I could turn the next hour over to the entire administrative team that has worked for hours and hours and hours throughout the school system, and whether it's Jack as he deals with the facilities and issues of could you put up a tent if you wanted, or principals trying to figure out the logistics of grade by grade or 2 grades at a time, or what numbers to make that work. And the short version is you will see differences from school to school because of some of the physical plans, because of the size. Some have a commons and a gym, and some don't have a commons and a gym. You're going to see at a high school level a single chair, and no joke intended, LOL might take on a whole new meaning of lunches on laps instead of whatever else it meant on social media. And what that is about is that there will be a chair, there will be 6 feet apart, there will be in the common spaces, and they will be distanced, they'll be facing the front. It's not exactly what any of us would want for lunch, but again, it is a way of serving lunch, feeding young people, and not stopping school and being unable to have school in person. And that's what we've been asked to do, is to prepare ways of that are safely able to serve lunch, maintain nutrition for the young people, and at the same time not be able to do it the way we've always done it. Recesses, the current state requirement would be that If you are outside, you do not need to wear a mask. We're going to ask, at least at the first few days of school, that young people keep their mask on while we introduce them to the zones and the areas by which we can, they can understand. The kids will adapt, I believe, very quickly, and we'll be able to work our way to the fact that the recess will provide a break from the face mask and the covering, and we can do that with the social distancing required, keep people safe, and we've seen it work, and we know it can work, and we know the kids will cooperate. So we need to maintain social distancing while kids still need to maintain recess as something that is enjoyable, fun, noisy, laughter, and happy place. I would touch on quarantine. Quarantine, in a way, is not the school district requirement as much as it's out of the health department. What happens with close contacts, what happens when someone is quarantined because there's a family member or someone else who has tested positive. In our case, a definitional thing is, I think, important, and that is a quarantine student is not ill. A quarantine student is not absent. A quarantine student is being told they're unable to attend in person during that time. And so we're setting up a school system in which those young people who are ready for school can in fact receive instruction. We have a full support of our teachers, and in essence, what it really says is a young person in quarantine will receive instruction, which may include any number of features. It may include packets, it may include small groups, it may include tutorials, it may include concurrent instruction, which would be use of the camera in the classroom. It may be whatever works for that family and that student and that teacher and that class. So it will vary broadly throughout the system, but it is seen as instruction, it is valuable instruction, and the bottom line of that student is not absent, they're not being disciplined, they're not being prohibited from learning. So we have to find a way of doing that, and we in fact have the support of our staff to do just that. I would add one other piece, and then I'll take questions from the board. But there have been some questions about for the students and the families who choose to stay virtual. The recovery plan that was approved late this spring by the board and submitted by the staff was that given the numbers and given a set of circumstances, the recommendation was to provide instruction virtually through a purchased program. It was set up by the Bellevue School District in order to say, while we will use an outside vendor, we will also support with school staff on the social emotional and any support needed for a family or a student. So assigned counselors, assigned teachers, and I think the most important thing I can say is that there's a piece that I hope people will understand when they ask the question, why aren't you doing a full-blown program with Bellevue School District teachers and make that a Bellevue School District program and curriculum? And the answer is that we're one of the districts that is keeping the door open for any students who want to come back in person anytime. One of the things that's happening throughout the state, and as school districts are wrestling with this, is there are some districts that have assigned their own teaching staff to virtual learning program, but they're asking parents and young people to then commit to the year. If they're going to have teachers under contract, and that teacher's assignment is virtual, then they can't have students move back and forth. Secondly, and a lesson that was learned bitterly last year in many places, is that as kids and young people move from virtual to in-class or from in-class out, the classes were then remixed and reconstituted, and teachers and students were changed just because of the numbers themselves and trying to put some kind of integrity to the program. So Bellevue, and I'm saying this because the recovery plan was put in place and I fully support it. I think it's a good plan, but it valued the fact that when a family or a young person is ready to return, there will be a place for them immediately, and we're not going to reshuffle all the other classes and all the other teachers. It allows us to have teacher assignments that are not then thrown up in the air and reshuffled as the year goes along. And I think that's by far a great benefit for us, for staff and for young people. I guess that lesson is one that I'm going to generalize. We've learned a lot in this last year. We've learned a lot of things that we tried. One of the statements that I have been heard to make, and I'll make it over and over, is when on March 12th, we referred to, there was a reference made, and I think it was by the governor, it may have been the state superintendent, to we can pivot. We can pivot as the world changes between requirements of virtual and in person. If we prove something out along the line, it was in a $500 million business of Bellevue School District and the intricacy of teaching and how it's to work, that doesn't work very well on an idea that we can pivot on hour by hour, day by day, and make it work for young people. So what we've developed is what I believe is needed. I think it's the thing that's right and healthy for young people. It starts with basically 98% of our young people in person, in place, 5 days a week, and not subject to change overnight. Everybody and anybody can ask the question, what happens if the governor shuts the state down again? And my answer is, you will see school districts respond to that. There will be contingency plans in place, but those are plans that would only be implemented if the system is shut down. And that would be a true loss. In a shutdown system, we're going to see the economics and the family disruption that we saw, but probably 5 times worse than we saw it last time. So I do want to celebrate the opening of school. I want to celebrate the opportunity to bring young people back. I want to celebrate the fact that we are delivering on what we said, which is we will provide school for children and all children who want to be here in person, and we'll do it 5 days a week, and we'll do it safely. And the masks, the vaccinations are not only health issues, but they allow us to have school and make it work. Virtual is a good program. It is a program that some will say, I would prefer something different, and I understand that. But given the numbers and given the situation, that was by far the best option to be able to offer both virtual and in person. And as I said, I knew I was going to take longer than I was allotted, and I apologize for that, but I'll finish with one more commercial that anyone who would join me tomorrow here, I would be more than willing to have a conversation, to listen, to share more details. But I think at that point, I will open to Madam President, back to you, and if there are questions, I'll try to answer those.
Okay, well, thank you for that overview. I think there's always some anxiety that accompanies this time of year and back to school, and certainly heightened this year. So appreciate your making yourself available to discuss all the measures that have been put in place that, from what I can see, meet or exceed the health requirements that we need. I know there's also lots of questions and concerns that are dependent on the individual schools, and I hope that communication is also going out in those channels as well, since it is dependent on the individual's facilities. And I did want to say I also appreciate the work that the district has done with our labor partners to ensure the continuity of education, even if the educator or the student is in quarantine, that we're going to make sure that that continues. And I hope that with the lessons learned from the past year plus that concurrent instruction is kind of highlighted as one of those. So I understand that there is a range of options, but certainly we have learned a lot on how to make that fairly effective. So with that, are there other questions? I have more things I could say, but go ahead, Director Watson.
Right about that. So my question is, if a student has to be quarantined and they have these options, it could be a packet, it could be concurrent, it could be, who's going to decide which option, and what do we do if the family and the teacher don't agree on the option?
Short answer is we have a bunch of principals who will be wearing that mantle very firmly as both the arbiters and the assurance that young people receive what they need. So if there were any indication that that quarantined student is not receiving what they need, then the principal will be asked to be fully aware. This is to be quality instruction, and that's the agreement. We didn't try to determine and say that you must do this in this class and that's the best way, but that we did insert the principal in that role as really an arbiter and a guarantor that will occur for any given student. Ms. Watson, thank you.
Okay, other questions? Director Malief?
Thank you. That was really informative. Regarding like the event that we do, God forbid, have to end up going back to virtual. Many of our kids have a lot of experience with this now, unfortunately, but we have children new to the district. We have kindergartners. Will there be training for this, for those families while they're in the classrooms for like, you know, okay, and we hope we don't have to do this, but if we do, like, you know, here's how this is going to work.
I don't know if it'll be that direct, at least not in those initial stages, because we're trying not to signal that it's unstable. We're trying to signal that it in fact is stable. But I think that's something that we, as you look at a teacher and a class full of students and say, what would we do if we could not meet here tomorrow? Then there would be that kind of training of these are the ways we could go about that. But again, the lessons learned was that what we did in the past and tried to, as we worked our way through it, really didn't work in terms of communications for parents. So I believe what you're suggesting is something we really absolutely have to do. It's almost the equivalent of a fire drill. If a fire should occur, how do we get out of the building? And I don't want to be overly dramatic, but I think it almost has that quality to it that we have to do some training.
Thank you.
Okay. Director Chu?
Yeah, so I have several questions, and I agree with Erica that there ought to be a plan in place for ensuring that all students are prepared should a quarantine situation happen, because it's hard to take care of quarantine if you don't have your computer at home or you don't know how to use the software that you need to access things. So I wonder if it would be good to hear that there was some intentional planning around that. I also would like to hear so I guess I'll throw a few things out there just all at once and just let you give me feedback. For the training and the familiarizing for teachers and students with the safety protocols and that are in place, is there a plan for making sure that there's time allocated to that? And then also, is there documentation? So if a student, a teacher, a parent wants to know what are the processes for my building, how do I do this? If I need a reminder, or if I need to understand what it means for any of these things at a school level, a building level, or a classroom, or a district level even, what happens if my child is quarantined? Is there a place they can go and know that there's a plan and that they know, like, there is clarity about what to expect and what they can do?
And working backwards from, just take the last one first, we did not set anything that says, in case of a quarantine, this is what the teacher must do or the student must do. And is that kind of what you're asking on that one? So we did not prepare that because we left it in there are a range of things that would work depending on if you're I don't know, advanced.
Oh, just to be clear, I'm not asking a question of the very, very specifics about exactly what happens, but the safety of it, like all the things around it. Like one of the things that I'm getting from the community are questions that we're all excited to go back. We're excited for our kids to have these in-person social opportunities and connections, these connections to engage with teachers and learning and classroom, and that's awesome. I'm so grateful that everyone's working to make it happen. We're also worried because the numbers have gone back up and we're worried. So we want to know that how is everyone going to be safe? How will everyone know what they have to do? And how will everyone, have access to that if they forget or they're new or if something happens? Just how do they have an inroad to that?
I think my answer is going to be probably more generic than some would like, but the generic answer would be, as a system, we have a chance to say to the public, as we watch the numbers, as we're really monitoring them, if there should be any indication that we're coming to that point, then we have a certain number of days or opportunities to say this would be the timeline, this would be the plan, this is the way it would work. And that's basically how we would roll it out, but it would vary.
I'm actually wondering, that would be like a massive thing that happens across the district and we would have to plan, but is there, we know that there's likely to be a few quarantine cases that have to happen. Where can I get information on that to know, if my child's classroom is quarantined or some kids in that classroom are quarantined? Where do I go to get information? Is that already there, or will I only get it if I need it? Or how do I feel secure that there's a plan for that and there's a plan for keeping kids from and hopefully avoiding the need for quarantine?
I guess my best answer right now is to commit to you that I've got a whole staff out here that will help me answer that, and we'll post that so it's exactly can be found and it can be clear. This is what you would want to understand if my second grade child is in a classroom and the whole classroom got quarantined, what would that look like and how would that be?
Or just 3 kids in that class or whatever. Yeah, so that was one question. The other couple questions I had are around, you said that there's no required testing, but there is one place where there's required testing, and that is for athletes in high contact indoor sports, which I'm not sure if volleyball qualifies. I don't think it does. So it might not be till winter that we have to worry about that. I'm not sure. But will we support that testing? Do we have any plan for that yet, or are we working on that? And then,
one of those interesting times that the WIAA and the rules that apply to the WIAA are different than they are for the rest of the school system and the way they evolved. It is also one of the places that we got to practice last year. I died quickly. So we do know what those rules are, and we know we have that testing set up. We have the ability to carry that one out. So that's probably the easiest of the whole group, is because we're there. They're playing back and forth. Sorry about this. We're doing a little juggle here. So that's a place that we have some confidence because we actually have those rules are clear and we know, and we're able to do the sports as we more or less as we know them. Football will be played and the practices are underway, so the testing is already underway, and that one is known and probably the easiest of all. We have that in hand.
And then for the remote options, I just want to be clear. So if a child is enrolled in a specialized program, they have a 504 plan, they have an IEP, they are in the advanced learning program, or they're in a language immersion program, whatever it is that they're in some specialized program, what is the option for them? Will the classes that we have online be able to cover that? Is there a different option that we'll provide within the district for them? What do we do for kids who can't access in-person learning for those kids?
Again, our special education programs probably were the first that we had to figure that out last year and carry through. So our teachers, our support staff, our parents, our young people and the IEPs really practiced hard, learned how to work through some of those situations where how do you provide occupational therapy if in fact there's a quarantine and still comply with the IEP. So that one is probably the most solid of all, that we need to guarantee to a family that we can do everything possible to carry out that IEP. And if there's something we can't do, that there's a good alternative that is in fact agreed upon and not contentious. So we can do that. It's true. I think our staff knows it, our administration knows that, and we really are able. Again, I'm handicapped a little bit, but I don't know exactly how that was done in Bellevue last year. But I know that that was really throughout the state of Washington a major issue of how do we make sure that we don't leave young people with a lost year on services that are so needed every week. So we will provide those. That's the short version.
All right, and the last question that I had was just about longer term. We had talked about whether or not we wanted to develop a remote learning program long term within district, and hadn't made any decisions on that. I'm wondering if you will invest anything in that for this during this school year, so that we don't lose the benefit of what we've learned over the past 18 months and what all of our educators have participated in. So is there any investment in looking at that as a longer term mode that we want to support in partial access or full access for students?
I guess this is a belief statement of your new interim superintendent. I believe that the school districts will have a dual platform from here on out. I believe that will be an option that school districts will be developing and will try to offer, but they'll be done in a way that we have a school and we know how to register young people for that school. We know how to staff it, and we know how to have the curriculum. And last year was we just didn't have that, really, we didn't have it all together to be able to put those pieces in place. But I believe, Director Chu, that is absolutely part of a future of a public school system, that we will be offering a virtual academy, and that will be part of how we do business.
Okay, so just to piggyback onto that, it's certainly something that many of us advocated with the legislature and the State Board of Education to have that available, fully funded, and that did not happen. So in this coming year, that'll, I think, continue to be on our agenda and hopefully involve our community in as well, so that that can be a reality. Okay, the last things that I'll just add onto that also with the, I think it's from the comments that we're receiving, it's still not entirely clear to people who are looking at the remote option how much that there is supplemented, that it's not just the main platform that's there, that we do have Bellevue School District staff that are involved at the different levels working with students. Apart from if you have a need for specialized services, so that is available. So perhaps in that information that can be emphasized. And then the last, I know we're receiving a lot of concerns about lunch, and you reviewed that in your remarks. Just wanted to check in terms of, yes, every building is different. There are different spaces. I understand there's a balance between creating a system that's sustainable for long term, even as the weather conditions become inclement, and yet also trying things and having that option to perhaps have some students outdoors, or at least trying that. Is there a direction that's given from the district level in terms of whether schools can be piloting and trying different things, even if the thought is this may not be sustainable, but we won't know until we try it potentially whether it works well into December when it's cold and rainy?
With respect and to the lunches, that's been an ongoing, but I'm going to describe it again generically. Principals were asked to look at and say what would work in your building. And then that was not just unilaterally given to them without support. The ed directors, the food service, really the entire operations side of what would it take to make that work, whether that's a question of furniture or chairs or timing. So issues have come up on what's the earliest you want to serve lunch for elementary students versus high school. And so those have been worked through principal by principal, building by building, and they were not told that you can or can't do that. Some have an option, what I would call a better option for outside than others, whether it's a covered play area that they could use, whether it's other built-in benches or places. The question certainly has come up on tents and canopies and really offers from throughout the community of, we've got a tent or a canopy and we loan it to the school system. If I may for a minute, Jack has spent a lot of time on this one, and one of the issues as we get into permits, if we're doing anything long-term or over a period of time, we would be required to begin to permit that process. You can't just put up a tent, a circus tent, a big tent, and plan it and have and use that as a school for a variety of reasons. So it's been checked through with the fire department and while they haven't banned it, they acknowledge that there's a permitting process that would take place for smaller tents and canopies and certain size range. Then in addition to the question of can you set it up and can you safely anchor it, are some issues of cost. So a larger tent rental right now is about, according to Jack's research, is about $16,000 a month for a larger tent. And I think philosophically, the biggest issue is, I think you implied that in your question, is that at a certain point, the weather changes and the winds change and the water changes. And so it's really not a great solution for the Northwest, but it doesn't prohibit it from being considered and used when the weather is nice and the young people want to be out instead of being in. So we really have allowed that to develop building by building, depending on what the safety is and the circumstances and the fencing and just, I suppose, where they are in relation to a lot of things. We have an open campus for juniors and seniors in high school, and they will continue to have an open campus. So that is allowable and they will take off, and somewhere in there will be, what if there are 4 students in the car that leaves campus? Are they maintaining the proper distance? And really that's their lunch and their car and their opportunity. So I don't know if that's covering all of that aspects of that question, President Weiss, but it's really trying to take advantage of everything we have and what we can use and options for young people and staff, and at the same time recognize that the imperative is that we try to maintain the distancing requirement and that it stays safe for young people.
Directors, are there any other questions? All right. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I feel like maybe I asked my questions in a confusing way because I don't think I understand what the answers are. So on one in particular, if there are students who are looking to attend a remote program because they have health issues for themselves or others in their family and they can't be vaccinated or whatever the reason, the legitimate reason that they cannot be in school, but they are also enrolled in a specialized program in our district, such as a language immersion program, an advanced learning class, or an IEP or 504 motivated program, pull-out program. Is the option that we have able to cover them, or do we have another option for them? Like, how are we taking care of those students who cannot? I'm not trying to create a whole new program. I just want to know, for those students who cannot do those things, what do we do to serve them?
The really quick answer to that is that answer has to occur at the IEP table, and it has to occur with a meeting of those involved to say, if we could not do it the way it was designed in the IEP and in the program, then how are we going to do it, and what's the manner? So we have that legal obligation that would have to be discussed and a determination made of how do we meet the needs of that child. Interestingly enough, some people don't necessarily follow how the special ed rules work, but the school district policy cannot override that practice. I can make a decision as a superintendent, and that decision does not apply to that child and that IEP. What will apply to that child and that IEP is the process that's spelled out by law. If the physical arrangements, whatever the circumstances for the child, the vaccination, the quarantine, the health, would not allow us to do something that needs to be done, and again, I use the example of a physical therapy or an occupational therapy, then we have to figure out how we can do that, because that's what's required by the child's need, and that's what the law requires. So I'm giving you that because it's not one where we set a policy and a practice and say, if you can't do this, we're going to do that, because that would, if that's different from the IEP, that has to be then worked through with the family, and we have to understand how to do it.
I think Christine was asking about kids in programs that don't have IEPs, like advanced learning and dual language.
Advanced learning or dual language would not have the same. It would be a very different answer. So there is not an IEP, and that one would be for all practical purposes, the school. So is that taking place at a school, and what's the option we have? And I think if I'm understanding your question correctly, it's I want to go virtual, but I can't find a dual language option virtually. Is that in essence what you're asking? And that is, if you want to call it that, Bellevue is rich in choices and options, and we would not have the option of saying all of those could be virtual. So you are being asked to make a choice then between a more generic virtual option and an in-person option, because for all practical purposes, we cannot replicate all of the rich programs that the Bellevue School District has. I see that as an advantage that you're putting your finger on the virtual side. If there are 171 students in the entire Bellevue School District sign up for the virtual program, that's not going to allow the dual language or the advanced placement or accelerated learning and some of those. It simply won't.
All right, thank you. So I think that we have gone way over our time, but it is the most pressing item that we have on our agenda, other than what's required by law, that we also accomplish at this meeting. And so I did want to make sure that we had the full measure of opportunity to hear what the district is doing and understand, and have board members able to ask the questions, and that in our oversight role and accountability and responsibility, that we are assured that we are meeting and exceeding the health requirements and standards, and able to provide an appropriate environment for the education of our students. So with that, that does bring us to item 4, the emergency water damage. Directors, the information is before you. Rather than having a full presentation on it, I'm just going to move that we adopt this resolution.
Second.
Okay, are there any questions or discussion?
The wording, I thought it was kind of funny. I mean, not amusing funny, but peculiar. Whereas the Executive Director of Facilities and Operations and Edmund ServPro of Linwood have concurred that the situation at Ardmore is emergency, now therefore be it resolved that blah, blah, we're going to approve the action by vendors, including Edmund Serpo of Linwood. So I guess I would prefer if it was worded in a way that the director of facilities thought it was an emergency, and then we're going to hire Edward Serpo, rather than having him declare it an emergency and then hire him. Sounds kind of conflicty there.
Yeah, I can speak to that if you like. This is Jack McLeod.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is the first time we've had to do a resolution like this, and so we had to kind of use a format that was out there, and it is a little bit confusing. But again, when the water infiltration happened and we went through a lot of efforts locally here to try to dry things out and the rest of it, it became apparent we were going to need to have some expert help taking care of some of the mitigation. That's why I reached out to ServPro. They came and did an assessment, and they at that time said, here's what we can do. Here's the amount of time we believe it will take to take care of the situation, at least getting all of the demolition and everything taken care of to get it down where then the damage could be inspected by an environmental hygienist and then the repairs made. So it was my call that we had to do it based on the fact that we did not have time to get out and do our typical advertisement for bids and the rest of it. But we did have an assessment from a ServPro, which is a mitigation outfit that takes care of these kinds of emergencies. And we had their, what I feel was very qualified advice on that.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's
So,
Director
Watson.
My thing is just about the wording.
Yeah, it is awkwardly worded. I see that in reading through that.
I'm going to make a motion for an amendment. Mr. McLeod, you can chime in if this would not be appropriate, but I'm going to motion that we strike including Edmund ServPro of Linwood and substitute as determined by the Executive Director of Facilities and Operations.
Yes, thank you.
I'm good with that.
Okay, is there a second? Okay. All right, any further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment? Aye. Any further discussion on the resolution? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of the resolution as amended? Aye. All opposed? No, there's none. Okay, it passes completely. We have an emergency resolution. Please take care of Ardmore. Is it ready to open next Wednesday?
We're spending nights and weekends and everything else to get there, and things are looking very favorable. So we're working our tails off to get there, and I believe we will be there by the time the kids get there and the staff.
Thank you very much for putting in
that. On
that.
behalf of Melissa and Jack and all the rest of us, yes.
Yes, thank you very much. All right, so with that, we move on to the next item, which is resolution number 2021-24. Dr. Jarvis, I believe, Deputy Superintendent.
I'm enjoying for just a minute. I think it may be the first time in my career that I came into a place that could do this. And we didn't have to pass a bond issue first to get there. And so I'm looking out at
Excellent. Well, we are grateful to our community that supports our school district with levies and bonds so that we are able to be proactive and not have to shut down a school because of emergency damage, that we're able to act on it quickly and get it fixed in time. And that we have a staff who's willing to work overtime. That's all right. I'm just going to keep talking through it. And then now you're ready, right? So Dr. Jarvis, will Deputy Superintendent DeVita be leading the next item on resolution?
Yeah, and it really is a pleasure to be able to look at the issuance and sale of bonds that are already authorized by the community to carry out this task. And I think it's an exceptional credit to the Bellevue Community District to be able to do this. I look out at Trevor Carlson and say, this is in pleasure. So what we would do, and I think you're all familiar with it, is that if you approve this request, you authorize the superintendent and the deputy superintendent financial services to continue with the development of a plan for the issuance and sale of bonds. So in essence, you authorize us to move ahead and act on behalf of the school district. So I would be more than willing to offer either Deputy Superintendent DeVita or Trevor Carlson, who is here to answer technical questions, but I would strongly recommend this action, and it allows the district to move forward.
Thank you. And so my understanding, just in the interest of time, is that the sale of the bonds is to also further things like our construction of Newport High School renovations. So just in the interest of time, directors, do you have any specific questions about this? Director Chu?
I didn't see a quick summary, and maybe I missed it in here, of what projects this would be paying for.
That was my question.
Okay. So Deputy Superintendent DeVita, in addition to Newport High School, what else?
So it will pay for the expansion of Newport High School. It will pay for design work for Big Picture, Jingmei, and International School. And it will help with the Interlake High School expansion along with the Interlake Kitchen. And it will help with, we've got one security vestibule left to build out at Sherwood Forest, and it will help with that as well.
So I thought the Interlake Kitchen was completed last year or
It's
under
in
previous one?
process this summer.
Okay.
And then, but there's going to be some additional things that we need to do. Plus at Interlake, we have other expansion work that we're going to have to do.
Thanks.
That was part of the original bond package.
Okay. Any other questions? Is there anything that we had previously been thought we were going to do that we are not doing?
Not at this time.
Okay. Yes.
I do have one quick question on facilities. I've asked this several times, and I'm not sure I understand where it ended up landing. Is there any work planned or has been done to think about chargers in the parking lots or cars for staff and or students?
You know, we looked at that a couple years ago. We have not revisited it. And when we looked at it, it was probably like 5 or 6 years ago. And there was a lot more stipulations around it with PSC and all that kind of stuff. So happy to relook at it because the environment has changed with respect to those things. So let us relook at it and bring that back to you again.
I don't want to give you any direction right now. I just wanted to know. That's all. So
Well,
thank you.
Yeah, and we can talk about that in terms of long-term.
Okay.
Thank you.
Why don't I put that on my list, and Dr. Jarvis, we can discuss that because I think there's a whole kind of package of things with the bus bond that the bus levy that we did previously, and looking at electric buses and things like that. So perhaps it's something that we can discuss and determine what the timing of reporting to the board might look like. Okay. All right, anything else? All right, because we have our expert here in the room. Anything else for Trevor? Mr. Carlson? No? All right, so I move that we adopt the resolution as presented.
Second, and huge thanks to our community for making this all possible.
Absolutely. Any further discussion? No, seeing none. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, I think I've heard 4 ayes, yes. All right, so the resolution passes. So thank you to everyone for putting that together. That brings us to item 6. We're going to discuss our summative annual report and the annual equity and accountability report, as well as the school board equity commitments. We originally had 45 minutes allocated for this topic. I'm going to ask that we try to complete it in 30 minutes.
I think I
Dr.
can.
Jarvis.
I think I can help you on that because that's related to what we were talking about. I've asked Dr. Collins to do relatively a high-level briefing of 3 to 5 major issues to highlight the report. And in there, we have an oddity in which the plan that you've approved for this year was approved in advance of the report for last year. So the two don't necessarily relate one to the other. So we wanted to give a clear picture of some highlights of this report. At the same time, I'm going to ask if you would consider that if you have additional questions beyond clarification, if they're extension questions, if you could get those to me, I will get answers back to the entire board and post it for the community. But I did ask Dr. Collins to try to streamline this one to highlight, and that I would take responsibility for additional questions and getting back to all of you with any details. But knowing it was going to be high pressure tonight in terms of time, that we streamlined that one, President Wiest.
Thank you. you. So then in lieu of a presentation, because I think everyone has the materials, and thank you also to staff for putting together the companion document, which is the through line. So that's a document that I think is useful not only for tonight, but in the future, and will also serve as a springboard for future study sessions and bringing on new board members and all of that. So I really appreciate that. Can we just go to questions then? Or do you want to hear, does anyone need a presentation overview? It is the summative report. So we have seen all of these pieces pretty much in another format, and it's just brought together in one document.
I do have one like very high level quick cut. So
ahead.
we're still expecting to get reports on like the tier 2 goals and everything in October, right? Or something like that. I can't remember what we agreed on at the last board meeting or the board meeting before that. Is that correct? There was something coming in October.
I
So
think
Erica, I think that there were two things, right? This is the summative report from last year's annual plan, and when we passed the changes to have the focus goals last year, there was the motion that was made basically took care of all the formative reports, but it didn't get rid of the summative report for all the goals. That requirement remained in place, and those aren't in here. So maybe that is what you were asking. But then separate from that, when we passed our annual plan for this coming school year, it was passed with the intent that the tier 2 and equity goals would be passed by October. So those are two things, and I just want to make sure that we're clear on what we're asking about.
Thank you. The second thing is what I was thinking of. Never mind.
Okay, so does anyone need a presentation? Well, the photos are wonderful addition. No?
I don't think we need a presentation per se, but I think there is like one of the things we've talked about many times with all of our data is there's so much of it, and we're looking at so many different things that one thing that would be, I think, productive for the board to hear is 2 or 3 minutes from what she was going to tell us that says, here's the bottom line of what we actually learned, and here's what we think this told us and how it's actually informing our annual plan, and whether or not there's going to be changes proposed to the annual plan that we passed based on what we learned.
All right, I think that sounds reasonable. Deputy Superintendent Collins, is that good?
Sure.
Yes, thank you.
I can't tell if this is on. The light is green, but can you hear me okay? Okay, good. Thank you. So if I were to sort of nutshell the year and all of our strategies and efforts and investments over the course of the year, what we learned is, and what we want to carry forward. One thing that we learned is, or that we believe moving forward, is that there will be a need for early assessment of our students in terms of their well-being and their academic performance. That was stated over and over in the spring about concern about what is going to be the state of our students when they come back and how will we know. And that will be a big investment for us this fall, is to do an early short cycle of looking at our data from our students in terms of their well-being and in terms of their academic performance, where they're at, and then how we address the learning and the well-being moving forward. One of the, as you were talking earlier, what came to mind is the words just in time. Just in time. Just in time is another big learning for us from this past year, and it really has nothing to do with the pandemic. However, it is sort of one of those aha moments around just in time learning for our students, just in time learning for our staff. So when you were asking about, well, are we going to teach the kids on how to use these platforms or whatever when they get, in case they have to quarantine, that would be just in case learning. And just in case learning is not the most effective because you forget until you need to use it. Case in point, whenever I have my synergy training, then I'm like, if I don't use it, I will lose it. And then I have to have somebody coach me on how to find some data I'm looking for. And so just in time learning is far more impactful for our students. And we learned that through some of the adaptive software that we were using and some of the approaches that we were using. So just in time learning for our students, just in time learning for our staff based on these assessments, using continual improvement efforts that are both for how we just improve practice continually forever. We're always working to improve our practice for all kids and get better, and how we do cycles for intervention. So when we apply interventions for students, how are we closing the loop on that to ensure that those interventions are working, they're working in a timely manner and to the level that we wanted, and that we're making adjustments as needed and moving forward, because the interventions aren't intended to be a forever application. They're intended to accelerate learning for kids. So that's going to be one of our major strategies. Our key strategies will be the continuous learning using assessment. Another big area that we're most concerned about is mental health, and what we learned during the pandemic and through our annual plan goals is that our ability to screen kids was challenging in terms of mental health in remote. But when we were able to screen and apply interventions, which vary widely based on what the student needs are, that it's very individualized and personalized, that we did see results. Now, what's tricky about that is that not every student will need a school district intervention. They may have outside services that they're receiving and other approaches, and that's fine too. That won't show up in our data, but the point is that we were able to identify for many kids who were not on our radar, and they were able to receive support and interventions, and that will be a very large investment for us moving forward in our next annual plan so that we can expand that to far more students. You also know, as you already passed our recovery plan and our annual plan for next year, that we are heavily invested in supporting with counselors and mental health support at the school level. And then finally, two more things I want to say. One is math is an area of concern. It was a challenge for us with the adaptive software, did not work as we had hoped. In the same way that we had hoped. Assessment was challenging even in the spring because we were, remember, trying not to do assessments when we had the kids in person, and yet the online assessment was not utilized to the level that we needed it to be to get the data that we needed. So math has been an area of concern. We did have some tremendous success in summer school with math. We did a lot of targeted intervention that was very personalized, and we made tremendous progress with the kids who participated in summer school. We were able to identify the kids based on the data that we had, whether it was teacher reference, grades, or the limited data that we had. We were able to identify kids and get them the interventions over summer, and many of them were able to quickly accelerate their learning, which was phenomenal. And the last thing I want to say is, remember that peer connection was an area for us that we were deeply concerned. Kids told us last spring in March when we initially closed, we need peer connection. We're isolated, we're lonely, we need peer connection, and we didn't know what to do. And so it was really challenging. And we tried a lot of things, and we made that our one of our highest priorities, peer connection. We had a lot of success at the elementary level, particularly in the spring as we brought kids back. For our secondary students, it still was weird, coming back with the mask and I'm distanced. And they just did not get to socialize in the same way. And peer connection, we were like 50-50 for our secondary kids. This summer, we held, for the first time ever, our student well-being summer program for our secondary students. We had this for elementary as well, but we've always had kind of summer camps and fun things in SEL at the elementary. Generally for secondary students, if you're not a camp counselor or something, you're not really going to have a summer camp in that kind of way just for fun. We surveyed our kids last spring and said, what would you like to do this summer? If we offered some stuff, what would you want? And they told us, they gave us all of these ideas. And then we offered it. We had, outside games, inside games, arts and crafts, and we had this unbelievable musical. I wish I could bring that musical to you right now. We weren't allowed to film and take pictures. I do have a picture in the slide deck that you see on the last slide. It was unbelievable. Kids
came to this, first of all, to this student well-being thing at Sammamish from all over the district. Middle school, high school kids, 200, 250 kids come in a day. It didn't cost them any money. They didn't have to come. They weren't, like didn't have to sign up and figure out whatever. They just came, and it was pure joy. The play was unbelievable. It was so good, and it was a musical, and it had a set and costumes and lighting, and the kids learned these songs, and it was flawless. It was incredible. These kids from all over the district coming together in 4 weeks, putting together that production. The kids who were attending for the student well-being and for summer school were the audience, and they were just so engaged. It was Moana. I don't know if you know that movie, but it was absolutely adorable movie, and it was an amazing production. I cannot say enough about the staff that put that together so quickly and so really professionally. It was amazing. So I wanted to end on that joyful note. We know we have a lot of work to do moving forward, and we're ready. We're doing professional development this week for our educators, and we have a ton of offerings that we're providing for our educators. And what I've been hearing is it's going very well. So we're super excited about we are so excited to welcome back our kids.
Thank you. And I think that the documents and the plans that we approved earlier, and we even commented during that process, didn't necessarily reflect that joy. And we're conflicted about not having the emphasis on the creators of our future world and that goal 3, and yet to hear that it's actually is happening, and the kind of the statement saying that we are going to be weaving that through, to see that enacted this summer, and to hear again in Dr. Jarvis's presentation also to emphasize that aspect as we come together as a community is really important. So thank you for that. Doctors, do you have any questions? All right, well, hold on. Let's start with any clarifying questions. Anything else? Okay. Go ahead, Director Watson.
Yeah, I seem to be on a roll tonight, but man, I really like that grid. That first grid was so clear, and then the way it would say in the type, instead of making me guess with stop signs and stuff, we all, whatever the wording was, we almost met this one, or we didn't quite make this one, or whatever, or we did make this one. I really like that grid, and that made me start to think about the equity appendix. And whether I was kind of doing a thought experiment to see whether I could make a grid like that work there. And I think you kind of can, but I'm not going to suggest that anybody do that right now, but it might be something to think for next year's report, because that first grid was so clear. And then I did do what Francine just mentioned or alluded to, what happened to creators of the future world. I was like, wait a second, we lost a goal. And now I remember that we said we would do that for the, because of what's going on with the pandemic and everything. But yeah, that took me aback for a minute. So that is just my comments, but I love that grid.
Great.
You mean
All right.
Yeah, the first grid in the, where, I'll pull it up.
Both of them have grids, and both
Yeah,
grids are helpful.
Am I in the right document? Yeah, the annual summative report. And it was just so clear, and it had like the data in one column, and then it had links to what the backup information in another, and it had, that grid.
And we recognize those are can be challenging to put together, so thank you for that work.
Yeah.
Director Chu, go ahead.
Right. Thank you for putting this together. If I looked at it reflectively and backwards, I would have a ton of questions. But right now, my focus, I think, along with yours and everyone else's, is how do we take this and use it to propel us forward? So my biggest question when I look at this is which goals, which targets that we set actually drove us in the work, so that the report wasn't attacked so much as a reflection of the work we were doing, and it was an opportunity for us to share the work and an opportunity for us to share forward. And which goals were targets turned out to just be reflective reports that taxed the team and that they had to put tons of time into writing, but that weren't helping drive the work. And the reason I ask that question is that we need all of our goals to be the former and none of them to be the latter. And so if there's something we learned from this that we can apply to the goals for this year and make a change if we need to, I'd want to do that. So I can tell you like how they came across, but before I give any feedback about how it came across, is there anything that stuck out for you as this was a great measure? It drove the work and it drove the right work. And were there examples of this goal just didn't drive anything? It just took us time to report on, and we didn't do it while we were doing the work. We did it later.
I didn't. Thank you for asking the question. One comment I didn't make, which is really our very first goal, which was to protect the health and safety of our students, staff, and community, and by limiting the transmission of COVID. And I remember when we wrote that and we said, well, what do we want the number to be? And we said, well, we want it to be 0. And then we're like, is that realistic? We don't think that's realistic, but we want it to be 0. And it's 0. The transmission was 0. That was a goal we tracked, as you know, every single day and every week. We reported to you every week. Super important to us, very meaningful goal, meaningful to everyone in our system. Everyone wanted to know, how are we doing in terms of limiting the transmission? And Dr. Jarvis spent a lengthy amount of time at the beginning of this meeting talking about the importance of the health and safety protocols. Our kids and our staff followed those, and that was super important. I also think our academic and our social emotional goals, they were all relevant. It was meaningful and relevant for us to work on those. If I were to say one area where we struggled, it was in the CTE, you know, the certifications. We struggled with that even before, honestly, pandemic, because we have looked at these certifications before, and it was a challenge. We tried to get the data by a percentage. We couldn't get it. It didn't come out right. That was challenging. The other challenge was our math data, but what I want to say is, even though we struggled to aggregate the data because of the percentage of kids that participated, many of the kids who didn't participate are kids who were already proficient or exceeding proficiency or in advanced learning. And so it made our aggregate data look very wonky. But at the school level, they know exactly who these kids are. And we can talk to any of our principals even. They know, they have spreadsheets of these kids. This was a very meaningful goal, even though it doesn't look like it on paper. The CTE one was a challenge. We know we have a wonderful CTE program, and this probably doesn't reflect the work of CTE. The reason I put in a slide with a picture of CTE is those were some of the first educators to say, we want to go back and we want to be in person and we're going to serve kids and we're going to do concurrent and we're going to figure this out. So committed and so amazing. Our special education educators as well, doing that work in person early on. And this did not do justice to that accomplishment, I think, by just giving a number about the certification. So when you ask me in honesty, that's one. It's an important data point. It was after the fact, and we struggled to get the data right.
No, I totally agree. That's how some of that stuff came across. So the CTE program, we know we made a major investment in it,
Yeah.
but the investment that we made and the target goals that we set, they didn't really line up. And so I think what I'm asking is, I'm actually making a request that the superintendent take time with his team. We've already approved the annual plan, but there may be things that, you know, when you finalize it, and we said there's another phase to it coming, that it would be great to see that there was a review done to double check that the goals and measures. I'll call some out really quickly here so that if other board directors think differently or similarly, then there's a chance to see that. But when I looked at the one for connectedness and meaning, I think our elementary schools went after that. Our high schools, I think, had trouble, and our middle schools, I'm not sure they knew how to go after that. They did. We had some great efforts because we had the sports program, which actually the kids who were participating in the sports program had higher levels of connectedness. The middle schools were doing clubs at a rate that they might not have done in the past, and they were doing amazing jobs. And I think that was reaching some kids. But you know, in the end, we didn't meet as many as we wanted, and COVID is a challenge, and that's all right. But that was driving the work we wanted to drive. And so I think that was a good goal. When I look at the goal around the coping skills, I'm not sure if that was driving the work we wanted to. We had a pandemic on our hands, and we had a whole, like, you know, the percentage of children who had mental health issues wasn't small. And so we set up a goal that was about one-time screening for one class of kids or two classes of kids. And then we did intervention for those who hit the high level intervention needs on that. I'm not sure that in a pandemic, that was what we wanted to drive. So we did a good job on doing that. We did work on intervention skills, but I'm not sure we hit the number of kids that we really needed to. So that's a goal where I kind of wondered. When I looked at the goal for the CTE and the AP scores, that didn't seem like something we could really use to drive things. And both of those programs were trying to do stuff, but in the end, you know, how meaningful was that AP score in terms of percent passing when we had half the kids not take the exam? I mean, you can see an enormous drop in the number of exams taken, and we don't know if the kids who didn't take it, who would have normally taken it, would have been less likely to pass it or more likely. So we have no idea what that number is telling us, and it couldn't drive the work along the way.
So I think there's a number of examples, and since Dr. Jarvis said if there were ones that were beyond, to share that with him, and then I think that would be useful to have, so then the team has it for that next iteration, so we can collect those. Are there other questions or comments on the plan, because we still need to discuss the board equity component as well, and we have 5 minutes left in the time.
I think on the equity stuff, I'm not sure that I got anything that I needed to out of it. Like, the table was nice because it kind of showed us what was being measured, but if you looked at the table, it basically said, oh, you know what, we decided not to measure that goal after all, which isn't necessarily in keeping with my understanding of where we left off. I thought we had agreed that a summative report would still come in for everything. But either way, it didn't really tell us much. And I think you're going to see something similar when we present the board report, that COVID really got in the way. So I think what I'd push back on there and ask about is there anything you learned, and maybe this is just feedback, not necessarily a question to be answered here. Is there anything that you learned from doing that equity analysis that would help us avoid talking primarily about actions and lack of data next year, and allow us to have an annual plan that lets us actually evaluate the commitments for equity next year in a better way? Because I think this plan might have some commitments in it. I didn't for next year, and I'm not sure we're really, like, we haven't had a conversation on those, so I would ask that we pull those out and look at them separately with respect to the next annual plan, not with respect to this one.
Okay, so it sounds like that'll be shared, and then staff can either report back to us maybe when we're doing that section in October, and then if it seems like the volume of it or the discussion would require longer than we have there, then that could be part of a study session. Does that sound reasonable? Okay, great. We need to accept this report. So I move that we accept the report.
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor of accepting the report? Aye.
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 All those opposed? All right, so the report is accepted.
And just to make a quick comment on my nay, I understand we're going to move forward. I just can't, like, when we make agreements from a governance perspective and then they're not fulfilled, I get that there are reasons, but I'd rather that we were intentional about making a change in the reasons than, like, we didn't ask if we could discuss this vote before we had it. And I wish that we would be intentional about the exceptions when we make them, rather than sometimes enforce what we agree to and sometimes not, because then it becomes really confusing and it puts the governance space in a really murky space. Like, well, when is it meaningful and when is it not? So I appreciate where we're at. I'm not actually looking for a new report. I just think it's important that we're intentional when we're not going to meet the requirements that we agreed to.
referring to what I think of as sort of the whole annual plan reporting, or are you thinking about some of the appendix information?
The annual plan, like
Yeah.
in my understanding of what we passed is we passed these priorities that we were going to focus on with good reason, and we lifted the requirement for all formative reports that were remaining could go away, and they could figure out what was the most important to report on based on the priorities, but that we would still have a summative report that kind of caught us and let us know, like, what is the state of these other things? Where did it land? Maybe it wasn't our focus, but where did it land? And that's not in here. And the same thing can be said for the degree to which we have objective information to evaluate the commitments in the equity plan. Like, neither of those are sufficiently represented here for me to know. And I totally understand that that was probably the right call to make, because we need to move forward, not backwards, and we don't want to spend time on reports. But I also think that it is important, if we're going to do that, to be intentional and in agreement about it, and not to just pass it to be nice. Like, we should move forward, but
I guess
put that on the table.
All right, so I'm going to
Yeah.
just end the discussion
Sure.
here. It was something that was discussed extensively, and the board agreed at that time. It was not a unanimous vote, but did agree at that time to have this section, and we are also following the policy that the board also approved in terms of accepting reports. So we're going forward as that. If that policy is potentially under review because there are issues with it. And so I think that discussion that you're alluding to there could happen at that time so that the process can be approved. With the 2 minutes remaining, we have the school board equity commitments. That's just for discussion. I do not have it listed here as a vote. I think everyone has it. Rather than having a presentation on it, are there any clarifying questions from directors who did not work directly on it? I do not have any. Director Malif, do you?
Just for the commitments that don't have draft measures for the 2021-2022 school year, are those, can we expect those sorts of things at some point? Or what?
I'm thinking that may be the topic of our October workshop, where we all craft those together.
Okay, sounds great.
Okay. Well, thank you, Director Watson, for taking the lead on that. And I know both you and Director Chu worked on this and have really been tracking it. And it's a kind of an extension of the Cs committee that you've both served on for a number of years to really bring this to fruition. So thank you both for the work on that. I think it is useful to have in the report because there are some areas that I thought perhaps we had worked on more that I don't see reflected, or it says we did not do that work. And I'm going to trust that that is the case. And so that highlights areas for us to be more assiduous in the coming year and extend that focus and commitment. So thank you. That brings us to item 7, the budget hearing. Dr. Jarvis?
The standard procedure is been hundreds of hours of work that go into building the budget at this point, but for a final review, that there be a hearing and public has a chance to comment, followed by recommendation. My recommendation will be to approve the budget for 21-22. Thank you, President Wiest.
Thank you. Deputy Superintendent DeVita, is this the time where we ask if there's public comment on the budget prior to your presentation, or did you want to say a few words first?
I'm happy to say a few words first. There were no material changes between what was presented in July and what is being presented here right now. There are a few fundamental points about the budget that I would like to make, and that is that it is aligned to the annual plan. It has enrollment fluctuations built into it.
Sorry.
The budget includes $9.2 million in ESSER funding, which is one-time spending. That is not our total ESSER funding. Our ESSER funding is being spread over 2 years. We are continuing to spend down our reserve in this budget. And by the end of the year, we look at it being approximately 5.5%, which is in line with the board's expectation of 5 to 6%. Some things that we need to watch moving forward is contract negotiations that we will have beginning with BEA. BEA salaries account for about 64% of our total salaries. And so that negotiations is critical for us to work through because it will have a significant impact on our budget moving forward in subsequent years. Enrollment obviously is a huge one that we'll continue to watch. The state may have a supplemental budget for the 22-23 school years, and so we need to continue to work with our legislatures and keep an eye on that. And then, of course, the levy election coming up. Other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have or the public may have.
Thank you. Is there anyone here for the budget hearing to make a comment on the budget hearing? As required by law, this has been posted, announced, and notified. I'll ask again, is there anyone here for the budget hearing? Is there anyone here for the budget hearing? All right, directors, do you have any questions with regards to the budget? We've had several meetings where we've had opportunity to ask questions, both in public and then as individuals. So this is one final opportunity. Any questions on the budget? Director Chu.
So we've talked a lot in the past about trying to get the budget aligned in some way to our priorities and our goals and the things that we're trying to accomplish. And it's always a hard exercise to do that, especially since the budget has its own required categories and things. How did you, just so that I can understand your process or whatever, how did you ensure that those, with the superintendent, ensure that those priorities are represented accurately in the budget and that we're not over investing in things that we're really not intending to invest in and that we're adequately investing in things we are intending to?
So the annual plan actually drives the budget, not the budget driving the annual plan the other way around. So Eva and her team, working with the superintendent and based on board input, develop those priorities and what programmatically that looks like in order to meet the goals and objectives. So for example, when they talk about academic success and they were talking about the recovery plans and they were talking about tutors and equity and supporting students with the greatest needs, all of those programs, then we basically dedicate funds to those in order to meet those goals and those priorities. So the annual plan drives the budget and then we fund that as our priorities as well. And then, of course, there's other things that we have to do that meet the needs of all students as well.
And is there anything you can give as an example that shows where we decided to discontinue an investment that wasn't paying off, or we decided to fold a couple of investments together to get them really hyper-focused on something, anything that would help us understand?
Yeah, so one of the things that we decided not to do going forward was we had talked about doing badging for students, for example, at our high schools, if you recall. We decided not to do that at this time. It would cost us about $200,000 annually. It doesn't mean that it's off the table forever, but for right now, that is not one of our priorities. Our priority is really around meeting the needs of our students. And so investing in tutors right now is a huge one. Adding co-teachers at our Title I schools to support math and especially dual language math is a huge piece as well. So those are kind of some of the examples of where we are investing. And then over the course of the next year, we're going to measure the impact of those investments. And then as we get into year 2 of recovery, we can make modifications to those, whether we keep them or change them.
Anything else? Director
I
Watson?
wanted to point out again, which is something you've said and we've said before, but just in case somebody was reading this and they didn't notice and clarify, that we do show ourselves being on the slide here, slide 5, that we're going to spend a little more than we have every year. And I think the thing is that you budget allocations into different categories and you hope to find ways that you don't spend all of that. So it comes out better than it looks here on slide 5.
And I would just like to say there are a number of assumptions in there. We assumed average salary increases of 3% for 22 and 23. We also assumed enrollment would be flat, that staffing would be flat, that there were no changes in funding formulas, and that we would only receive the inflation factor that was dictated by the state. And so there's a lot of underlying assumptions in that that we use, and we only build it at a high level. We don't build it bottom up. It's only, kind of peanut butter spreading it across. It's our responsibility as administrators in this district to make sure that we spend what we have and can spend, not overspend. And so as we move through and get closer to those, we will control our spending, look at ways to get it within the parameters that are acceptable.
Yeah, that was my understanding. I just wanted to kind of say it out loud.
Okay, and then I'd like to just point out that Director Watson has taken the lead on a lot of this with also in one of our board development workshops where we did work on budget parameters, input, guidelines, and that has all been taken, processed through the FinOps committee. We spent a lot of time with Deputy Superintendent DeVita on those, as well as at the last meeting, which was just last week, again, reviewing additional budget items. So thank you to everyone for putting in really extra on the budget, which I think sets us up not only district and board, but then puts in place kind of a longevity program again as we bring in new directors to really understand. It's a major portion of the work, but it's a huge, as you can see from the nearly 300 pages of materials to review and understand. So seeing no further questions, I move that we adopt the budget as presented.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we have 4 ayes. The budget is approved. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Should we clap? I just feel like we should clap. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. A little joy. Just wanted to say, if you felt like clapping, I felt like clapping, but. Okay, all right. I mean, still, we have a budget. We have a school year. School starts next week. It's exciting. Okay. So that brings us to committee work. Item 8, policy review. We'll start with Goalcom.
So, SEMA was the driver on this, so I feel like a poor stand-in. Might need some help from the rest of the committee here. She made the several changes that were asked for, but there were places where she left language in place that we were slightly uncomfortable with in the changes for 1400 and 1400P. So I think that's what we wanted to bring you today. We're not bringing you our updated plan because we needed one more meeting to get that kind of figured out for the year. So for today, what we were bringing you was basically 1400 and 1400P. And I think we want to just take questions on it, and I'm not sure if we're going to put it for a vote or not, because I have an open question on it that I was hoping SEMA would answer, but I think she has had an emergency. So
Yeah, let's see what we can take. I reviewed it and I'm ready to vote on it. My only comment was on 1400P. I think there was something about presenting what was on the website, and there's an extra word "when" in there. So I think that's just a administrative change. And the other, I know I have brought up before, and I just really want to make sure it's added in. They can determine if we need it as an amendment, is that we are adjusting the school visit schedule every 4 years, except for middle schools, which are every 3 years. So I know that was brought up before.
I'm sorry, I don't think any of us caught that. Was that in 1400P?
It's in 1400P. It's at the very end.
Okay, let me.
So there's my only 2 things. So hopefully that can just be clarified. It's not quite administrative. That one's borderline. anything else? I'm just going to go down the line. Director Watson, do you have any further comments for 1400, 1400P? Director Malif?
One small one, just because I noticed it as a discrepancy between the policy and the procedure. In the procedure, you've made a change from his or her to their, which is great. But then in the policy, when there was added language about around the public comments, it says his or her. I would like that to say their. One for consistency, two for inclusiveness.
Okay, so that I think is an administrative change. I think there is also one where one says 5:30 and one says 6. It's not, they can coincide the way they're written, but they are at 2 different times. I'm not sure if that was on purpose or not.
So could we actually, just to make sure, I'm going to take notes, but I don't feel like I can guarantee that I have got each of the changes that you have each asked for. And I'm happy for the motion to be changed with amendments, but I need to know what the amendments are. So let's be precise.
I have it.
Let's throw up 1400p so the people who are participating remotely can actually see the thing. And can we throw up the markup version of 1400p?
Okay, so was there a reason it was one said 5:30 and one said 6, or is it just to be, it says after 5:30?
I didn't catch that when I reviewed it this weekend, so I need to see it because I can't tell you.
Okay.
And I don't have the one open that has the markup in it.
So what I would move is, since they seem to all be in, Director Malif, yours is in the procedure as well, is that correct?
No,
it's in the policy?
in the policy.
Okay, so this would be my motion. So I move that we change all instances of his, her to their, and we add middle schools on a 3-year rotation.
All right, hang on that one. I think it's going to be a specific amendment, so I'm just going to scroll down and find it.
Well, this is my whole motion. It includes both of those.
Yeah, I just want to find it so that I don't say yes and then we make a different change. Where is the middle school thing? Where's the school visit? It's at the bottom.
It's at the bottom under special meetings, school visits. So it will say the board will make an effort to visit each school at least once every 4 years with middle schools. And let's say, and 3 years for middle schools. Okay, and then.
Nope, you've made it okay for your notes, but not necessarily for mine. So the board will make an effort to visit each school at least once every 4 years and middle schools once every 3 years.
Sure.
Is that correct?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, then we have the other instance, and then my last one is, it just says, prior to the italicized portion, to ensure an understanding of the expectations around public comment, the meeting's agenda will reference the following statement when posted on the district's website. I think we can just eliminate the word when.
All right, where is that?
Just above the italicized portion. So that would be my.
Got it. I think we can accept that. John, do you see any reason we can't?
Okay, so those 3 are accepted then, and then
what's the one that Erica has?
we have that one, the change all instances of his, her to their.
I got that. I thought there was one other.
No, yeah, the other one that I had was just, I would say, in the procedure again, it says we'll have public comments heard in the early evening at approximately 6 p.m. And we should just make it the same as the policy, which will say in the early evening after 5:30 p.m., which is what it says in the policy.
Okay.
Just to make them consistent.
That's fine. Just where is it? So that
It's on page 2. public comment during regular board meetings, paragraph 2 of that section.
Instead of approximately 6 PM, you just want it to say after 5:30.
Well, that's what it says in the policy. So one of them needs to be the guiding.
All right, so I'm gonna take that as a replace approximately 6 PM with after 5 PM.
And I'm fine if you want to do it the other way, since we are moving our starting time later, but that's fine.
I think that's fine. I think the whole goal was to give people time to get here, and after 5:30 gives you the freedom to do either. So that's fine. We'll replace that. Are there any other amendments to put onto the amendments?
No, what was your open question?
My open question is, I know that we had done a discussion of the critical criteria, but I don't have the final documented review of that SEMA had done. But I will also tell you that we had a debate about to what extent to involve the public in like how much are we overhauling this policy, and to what extent would if you look at the critical criteria review, there is a column there for how stakeholders participate in that. And so we decided, for purposes of being expeditious and what our community had the bandwidth to focus on, that we would take all of the comments we had gotten, and we have a lot of comments that we have received on this participation format. And we were taking those into effect, and we were taking into effect anything that we had learned in all of the board listening sessions, et cetera. And so we weren't going to embark on an additional layer at this time for this policy.
Okay.
But I don't have that all documented, so.
But you did.
Better if I had that in a back pocket.
But you did do it as a committee. You did have that discussion.
We had the discussion as a committee. John, do you have any comments on that?
Okay. Well, I think as long as the discussion has taken place, and I'll just say that I think public comment is just one of the ways in which we hear, listen, interact with, solicit input, make ourselves available with the community. And so I think there are many ways we can improve those channels of communication. Public comment is not necessarily the panacea.
It's not only just not the only one, it's not even the best one. Like the ones that we have that are really awesome are more listening sessions, reading full emails, having exchanges. But I think that the real thing is that we make an effort to make all of our forums accessible to as many community members as we can, and that we ensure that across all of the forms of participation and input we provide, that all community members have at least one form of input and communication, and preferably more, but that we are not, that we are intentionally making things open to bring more voices to the table. And that is the intent, and I think you'll hear more about that sort of work from SIFE tonight too.
Excellent. So I think this is an example where increasing accessibility, but understanding that because it's not the only way, that the equitable part, probably what came up in the critical criteria review, is that it is challenging. It is not the best format for many people to be able to present, and that's why it is not the only format. So is there anything else? Because I would like to
a motion that we approve the second reading versions of 1400 and 1400P as amended in the discussion. And to be clear, the amendments include that in both documents, any references to his or her will be updated to say there, that in 1400P, we will acknowledge that middle schools are on a 3-year cycle, not a 4-year cycle, so that every person attending has at least one shot at a visit during their time there. That there is a deletion of the word when above the italics describing the words that we post, and that we are replacing approximately 6 p.m. with after 5:30 p.m.
I second that. Any further discussion? All right, so normally we would do a vote on the amendments and then the vote on the entire thing. But since you said that was the amendments were kind of accepted by the committee, we will just do a final vote. So all those in favor of the Motion as presented, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion carries. We now have reinstated 1400 and 1400P. So thank you very much. I know that was a lot of work, but very important with our,
Many thanks to SEMA for the heavy lifting and making sure we had adequate legal input on that.
excellent. And I'm glad we're in compliance now. Students Instruction and Family Engagement Committee. I don't see anything listed under your section. What
I
would you
think the
like to
biggest
discuss?
open issue we have is just that we need to get those the family and community engagement meetings scheduled. So we'll be coming back to you at the first meeting in September with more details on that, and we may ask for some input, but we're going to have to coordinate with the superintendent and the team before we do that, and we didn't have adequate time to do that prior to tonight.
Okay, so I just want to make it clear because I've, allocated time as our school visit time to, but not at that time slot, but to include those listening sessions. But you are taking on the scheduling of it. Otherwise, I was going to work with Ms. Gasparich and get them scheduled. So you're going to take it on.
We're going to take that on because it involves working. It's not just something we schedule at people. We work with people to find the best times that work for them. That there's different ways of getting input from different staff groups, from different community groups. Like, the effort of this is not a logistics exercise alone. It is a logistics exercise that exercises a lot of different muscles, because it's one of the places where we've actually succeeded at being semi-inclusive, like really inclusive of a breadth of communities. But it takes
That's fine. I just want to know if it's getting done. And my request is that they're scheduled for starting in September, the end of September, into the middle of October.
Our hope is end of September and beginning of October. But again, we're going to coordinate with superintendent on that. And we're also going to have to get feedback from the groups we're talking to.
Okay, but we are having general open sessions that are not predicated on being a member of a specific group. Is that correct?
There will be a variety of sessions that we ensure that there are safe environments for everyone to have a conversation in.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so FinOps, did we already passed our committee plan? Is there anything else? And we did the budget.
I think we did a lot last time, so we don't have anything this time.
Okay. And Dr. Jarvis, I'm going to ask Mr. Harrison a question around a policy that I thought perhaps we were suspending.
Are you talking about the school visitor policy?
Yes.
Yeah, we have, I know there was discussion at FinOps last week, and unfortunately I wasn't there, as you know. So we have discussed the possibility. Past year, we suspended the policy. We talked about whether or not we needed to suspend the policy for this year. On its face, it doesn't appear that we need to suspend the policy, although we do need to be really careful about visitors and when they can be on campus, et cetera. So where we kind of landed was, rather than suspend the policy, be really specific in terms of visitors would need an educational purpose or a welfare of student or staff to kind of to be on campus, and that principals would be would determine whether or not a visitor was the best way to go about dealing with whatever needed to be dealt with, and that they would make that determination and make the determination of how long, when, etc. So there didn't really appear to be a need to suspend the entire policy, but we did need to set some parameters and guardrails around when, in fact, visitors could be on campus. And the idea is that at least at the beginning of the school year, as the current conditions are what they are, that they would be relatively, few and not very frequent. They would be few and far between. It would be a rare occurrence that we would see visitors. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think this is something that needs to be then very clearly communicated to each school community.
Correct.
So that the expectations, as you outlined, are the same, that people understand.
Yeah, and so to that end, we had a meeting today with district staff, and Doug James and I committed to putting direction together for the community and for schools, and we're just finalizing that now, and hopefully tomorrow that will be communicated.
All right, directors, are there any further questions? So if you're able to pull up 4200, there aren't, it's very broadly written, but there isn't anything naturally specifying need to adhere to health guidances or vaccination status or anything like that, because this policy predated any of that. So are there any questions? This would be the opportunity.
I have one specific question about this policy and then a general question. Specific question is, do you think that the policy as written gives the principals the purview to do this anyway? So really, we're just writing procedural language and guidelines for them. So this doesn't require the board to put anything in place. Is that correct?
Is that a question for Dr. Jarvis or for me?
It's really a question for the committee. So whoever you want to ask it to.
So it says, visitors are welcome, but building principals will determine the length and time of visits based on minimizing disruptions to the school and school program. So under that clause, it would be covered. It's just would be differently, I think, interpreted than people have interpreted in the past.
So we're not suspending the policy. We are simply acknowledging that we've re-implemented the policy and that the principals will use their discretion and hopefully with consistent guidance from the district, so we don't have inequitable application of it across schools.
And the procedure is being modified accordingly, and then we'll see that modified procedure, but that's in the purview of the district.
And then the general question was, are there any other policies that we need to suspend or put in a different space? Because I think all the ones that were suspended last year were unsuspended by the end of the school year.
Yes, that's correct. And at this point, there doesn't appear to be a need to suspend. The only policy that was currently under suspension was 1400, and with your work tonight, that'll change as of tomorrow. So, yeah, that's accurate.
Okay, anything else for FinOps? Okay, so that brings us to executive committee, and I already shaved off a couple of minutes here, so we get it in under the wire here. It's the board development plan. You can see it presented there. Basically, Dr. Watson has been working on this, and she's actively engaged in planning the October workshop. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
Thanks for doing it. Is there a timeline for us to actually have a conversation and like decide, is this how we want to approach it? Is there anything we want to change?
Sorry, I couldn't hear that. There's a timeline for, I just couldn't hear your question.
I just wanted to know are you expecting right now to be the moment where we as a board have a conversation about if this is how we want to use our development time?
Yeah, and mainly on topics. You know, it's not fleshed out as to exactly what's going to happen under each of these topics, but the general idea that we would do the equity and we might focus around those equity commitments, the missing column that Erica noticed, and then when we're going to have new people on board. So I thought it would be good to kind of get us all on the same page with the balanced governance. And then we always want to do reports and data, but we keep kind of postponing it. So you'll see that there. And strategic plan obviously is coming up next year. But just for like right now, the equity thing, the equity commitments thing in October.
My input on this is that I would prefer for the strategic plan workshop to happen sooner than later. I think if we actually are going to work on a strategic plan for the following year, that waiting to do that until the end of the year doesn't give the board appropriate patient timeline.
Well, when I wrote TBD, it's just because I didn't know.
But I would order it ahead of the one that's currently listed above it. I would.
Oh yeah, sure. That shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, I really meant really to be determined. I didn't mean those were in that order. Sorry.
All right, so we'll proceed with the October workshop planning around equity. We'll see if there's something else that's just risen to the top that might be more suitable for board development rather than a study session, and that could be an additional topic. But right now, that's the focus. The other thing I wanted to note for executive committee is that over time, and again recently, there's been interest in liaising more with our Bellevue City Council members. And so I'm going to take that on as part of executive committee, reaching out and seeing if we can put something together where we meet with some of the city council members monthly perhaps, but we'll put that together, but I just wanted to let the board know that we'll be engaging in that. And then if it's something that looks like it needs a formal appointment, then that might be something that's added to the annual governance meeting. Okay, any comments on that? No? Okay, if you have topics or things that you think would be great to kick us off, just let me know. All right, so that brings us to,
Can we,
Did you have
just
something
say,
else?
I think we've neglected to thank Carolyn for putting the workshop piece together. Thanks. I know it takes a lot of work to
Right.
put that together, so thank you.
thank you very
Thank
much.
you. I'm glad I got my plan on one page. That was my goal for the day.
Great. Well, I'm just going to just quickly just say, item 9, board business agenda planning. You see that there. Does anyone have a liaison update? It is the end of the summer. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Jubilee Reach is their day of service is this Saturday. They still need volunteers at probably, I think, most of the schools. It's a really fun event. They've also hired a number of additional site coaches for each of our schools, which is awesome for bringing kids back in and working, especially with kids with the anxiety and the social emotional connection piece. So I'm really excited about that. I also want to just say thank you to the community in general. Our vaccination rates are really high. This kind of ties into what Art said at the beginning. I have young children who cannot be vaccinated yet. I'm really happy that most of the people around them will be vaccinated. I'm really happy that everyone will be wearing masks, that there is so much good compliance just generally in our community, like just in the grocery stores everywhere with masks and with general compliance with the safety protocols. So just a general thank you to our community for that, because as a parent of young kids, I'm really excited about the first day of school, but it's a little bit nerve-wracking. So just wanted to put that part out there as a sort of follow-up at the end from Dr. Jarvis's part in the beginning.
Any other liaison reports? Mine, we're kicking off soon, but I don't have anything to report yet. Nothing else?
Yeah, well, I guess I had a preliminary discussion with the new president of the special needs PTA, and we're working out a schedule so that she and I can connect around each of our meetings. I always go to their general membership meetings, but also maybe a little bit around board meetings and our board meetings so that flow. So we're working on that schedule. And also I continue on the PTSA council board for another year, and they're going to have a retreat this Friday that I'll be attending.
And I think we should update Francine on the rest of the board on the East King County group that we meet with. So there's a group of 5 different school districts, and we invite other school districts in our area, but they're from East King County, and we meet regularly with each other. And then on a monthly basis, our superintendents join us, and we meet with the county officials. So we meet with the county council folks, the county executive's office, and also the county public health department. And so we have opportunities to collaborate with them and make sure that we're advocating for things that our district needs. So if there's clarifications to policies or resources that we need or supports, then that's a place for us to go. And we are looking at whether or not any supports are needed to make sure we're getting adequate funding for any out of school learning and processes that need to be supported, and making sure that that's being looked at, but we haven't flagged anything particular in our district for that from that end yet. But those are some of the things on the radar. Francine, was there anything else on the radar that you think is worth bringing up?
No, I think it's just that we meet regularly, and it's been a valuable resource. And I understand Dr. Jarvis is also meeting with the superintendents regularly. And so there is a lot of regional communication that is important for communication, but also for that advocacy piece to really have the ear of public health, of our legislators, of the governor's office, et cetera. Thanks for all the work that's being done there. Okay, so that brings us to item 10, which is public comment. Mr. Bartz, is it possible to put up our new policy 1400 now that we have it passed? if you go to 1400p, do you have that accessible? So I don't have to read the whole thing. I will say, if you were here for public comment and turned in a green form, can you raise your hand? Because I know a number of people left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, directors, we have 6 commenters. I'm going to ask that we extend time if needed, since we have 2 minutes per comment to accommodate all 6. If you do not need to take the entire 2 minutes, please keep your comments contained to the time needed to make them. And since we are over time, but that way we can hear them. And if we can scroll down to the italicized portion, I'm going to read what I have here. And Ms. Gaspard, who's the first person? They can already approach the, Eve Chan will be the first commenter. So again, although public comment is not required by the Open Public Meetings Act, the board recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of involving members of the public. Public comments should be addressed to the board. Public comments are not intended to be a forum for public discourse, but rather an opportunity to provide information relevant to the board's works. Board directors read all public comments received to boardbsd405.org. We also have a voicemail line where you can leave a message in the language of your choice. Please be aware while we request that comments avoid harassing or derogatory remarks. For those listening, that while a district value is respect, an open forum allows commenters latitude in their expression. There'll be a visual clue when we conclude this item. The board generally does not respond to comments directly during meetings, as this could result in a violation of the Open Public Meetings Act. We have received numerous comments on a variety of subjects from a variety of perspectives as well. And so I do want to emphasize that the ones that we hear here today in public meeting do not necessarily reflect that breadth. Ms. Chan, you have 2 minutes.
All right, thank you for allowing me to have this platform and time to speak with all of you. My name is Eve Chan, and I am an educator here in Bellevue School District for the past 9 years. And I'm also a parent to an incoming preschooler. So I'm really excited that preschool will be starting soon for her. I just want to take this time to utilize the policy for equity and accountability to evaluate the decision that was made to go with Edgenuity as the remote and virtual option. And that hoping that decisions that will be made district-wide with any curriculum or program will continue to use this equity and accountability commitment, because I feel that the decision made with Edgenuity was not equitable and actually goes against a lot of the commitments that the board has passed. So for example, commitment A was to make a system-wide direction and support. And in order to do that, we'll reduce and eliminate the achievement gap or opportunity gap. And I feel that because Edgenuity does not follow the BSD curriculum, that gap now will become greater. And so just thinking about how we will reduce it when the kids do come back in person. Commitment B says that we will affirm, inspire, and serve each and every student in our diverse population by increasing sense of belonging for all students. The Edgenuity program, I feel like, will isolate our students because they are not part of the homeschool. I feel that they will not feel a sense of belonging because they do not have classroom teachers that will provide the curriculum for them. In terms of commitment C, creating opportunities to remove. Okay, thank you.
All right, next speaker. And you can, if you see your name up there, you can start to come up at the end of the time so we can keep things moving, please. You have 2 minutes. I'll try to give you a 10-second warning.
Okay, my name is Noel Lee. I'm a lifelong resident of Bellevue and currently a parent of an incoming 5th grader. I thank the board of directors and the superintendent for the opportunity to speak. It's evident based on this meeting that members of the board and the superintendent have considered the need for remote options. However, I believe a lot of the decisions reflect the state of the pandemic as of last spring. As everyone is aware, the current Delta wave is only 3 weeks old. And the way that waves work, they hit a pinnacle and then they come down. At the current trajectory, the wave is not going to subside until late September to early October. That means that many parents, well, the wave is only 3 weeks old. Many parents are deciding right now what they're going to do next week. They're deciding based on today's data. I think there was a quote that 1% of parents chose the remote option. As far as I can tell, there are several hundred parents now considering keeping their kids at home for homeschooling, sending their kids to private school, choosing the remote option with the understanding that the educational experience is going to be even less fulfilling than the remote option last year. So my ask for the board and the superintendent is to do some type of survey to really gauge the current parental demand for an enhanced online option. That's all.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Fiona Cofield. I am a lifelong resident of Bellevue. Today, I'm actually speaking for someone else who is afraid to speak, but I think that their story is important. They are opposed to critical race theory, which is known by a lot of other names, including diversity, equity, inclusion, culturally responsive teaching, social emotional learning is now a new term. So here is his story. I'll make it quick. To be honest, I never thought it would come to this for me to get to a place I'm seeking support. I work at a community college in Southwest Washington. There aren't many here. The woke culture ramped up significantly the last couple of years. I've managed to fly under the radar, escape any of the power, privilege, and inequity training, but now with passing MSB 5227, and I think for the K through 12 schools, it's Senate Bill 5044 that mandates the equity trainings for all staff. It looks like I will no longer be able to resist, but I will because I was born in China. My parents went through the Great Cultural Revolution, the horrors they experienced, families and friends turning on each other, the deaths of millions of people, loss of entire culture and history, and inhumanities of it all made me especially sensitive to indoctrination, which is what these diversity and anti-racist trainings are. I detest their effort to divide us into groups, to separate us into either the oppressed or the oppressors, and judging people by the color of their skin. I worry for the future of my children. We need to reclaim sanity and fight for the future. That's for everyone. Thank you. And myself, I wanted to ask why, although you might not be able to answer it, but why is there a 10-minute rule for public comment? When I did the math, I went through and it looks like the board here is here because of 64,000 votes total. And I feel that that's 64,000 people that
That's the end of time. for
want to
public comment.
speak.
We sat here and listened.
Next speaker. Next speaker, William
But
Herbert.
that's my point. That's my point. It's 64,000 people and you're allowing 5 people to speak.
Thank you, Fiona. Thank you. I'm not here to talk to the board. I'm here to talk to the parents. I ask
Sorry,
you,
the
why are you
public
here?
comment is to be
It's for
addressed to the
everybody.
board.
You're a parent too.
Um,
Why are you
Next
here?
speaker, if you cannot address
I'm
your comment,
talking to you too, okay? It's just an expression.
then you address your comments to the
Okay.
board, please.
Why are you here? Are you going to complain about masks? CRT? Indoctrination, racism, vaccination? Are you here to yell and complain and threaten? What good is that going to do? These people aren't going to listen to you. These are the elites. They hate you. They think they own your children. Nothing you say here is going to make them change their mind. Nothing's going to change. The only way to fight back is if you pull your children out of school, pull them out of public school, homeschool, walk away. Do homeschool, private school, there's online options. You know you can do it because you did it last year. They forced you to do it, you can do it yourself. Go pick an online accredited school and abandon these people. They hate you. Walk away.
Sylvia Vasilic? Not here. All right, Chenji?
Hey, I am a mom of 4 children, actually, in the school district. I am here because I want to say that there's no conclusive evidence that prove that masks stop the spread of COVID-19, but there are dozens of conclusive studies that prove that masks are in fact harmful to children. Mask science is not new. What you guys have there in front of you is not new science. Masks are proven to cause psychological and physiological health consequences, with which I feel the district could be liable for. And the decision making is coming from Dr. Fauci, who himself is doing a lot of flip-flopping. And he even said that masks only make people feel good and that they create unintended consequences. I can also email you all of this information. Masks are performative at best, yet we are forced masking children without regards to their own personal, religious, or medical needs. You all talk about equity so much. Sorry, yet you are turning a blind eye to the fact that masks are not equitable for all of our children. Do you think it's equitable for English language learners to wear a mask when they depend on pronunciation and enunciation to learn a language? When they depend on reading lips? Do you think it's equitable for our Spanish dual language program where our children are learning Spanish? They need to see their teacher's mouth moving to learn the language. I worked in this program. What about the children with anxiety or asthma or the ones prone to bacterial pneumonia? Is this mandate equitable for them? Is it equitable for a child prone to pneumonia to wear a moist face covering for 8 hours a day? Are you aware of the severe health consequences that these measures could pose? Are you as a district prepared to be liable for the damages that these measures will cause our children? Do you understand the impact of forced masking? These are just a few of the potential hazards that I am referring to. When there's risk, there must be choice. You probably are going to get really tired of hearing from us, but we are not going away. When you make decisions that impact our children negatively, you will hear from us.
Next speaker.
I made the right choice for my children, and I'm pulling my.
Can you, next speaker. All right, next speaker, Mr. Berry.
You might want those.
Go ahead.
I have a couple comments I'd like to make, and then I have a couple questions, I think, and then I'll just wrap it up. So first of all, policies for our kids need to be done with fact and common sense, not politics and fear. Last year, vaccines were no good. This year, vaccines you have to have. That's pure politics. Okay? We expect the Bellevue schools to be leaders in education, and they have been. And that's why a lot of people move here, because of that leadership in education. We expect that. We demand that. And that's your job to deliver that. For any program or policy you implement to be successful, you have to have measurable outcomes. And we heard about data, and a lot of data going on. So I have some questions for you. What are the measures for mandating masks? Specifically, What are the actual metrics for masking kids? If I don't mask, how many kids are going to get sick? How many are going to get severe? And how many might die? That's a real metric. If I do mask, what's the difference? Help us support this program if you're going to do it with real data. Okay? What's the timeline? I don't know if I don't do it, what the risks are. I don't know if I do it, the improvement you made, and have no idea when it's going to be done. That's not a policy. You're just following an order. That was a politically driven order. Okay, I expect you to look at other jurisdictions who have been open without masks. They're safely and effectively doing their job of educating. The vast majority of states, 38, do not have mask mandates. There are plenty of peers for you to use your no mask mandate benchmarking. Benchmark, why can't you? Russell Wilson said, why not me? I'm asking you, why not us? Why can't we perform like others? That's your job. That's the bar that you must meet to continue to be allowed the privilege of educating our children. Don't bend the knee of education to draconian mask mandates.
Time.
Be leaders, educate our children, leave healthcare to the parents. Thank you very much.
Our public comment section. Our volunteer board of directors very much appreciates the time and effort put into public comments and correspondence to us. For those who are not able to be heard in session today, submissions in writing are welcome. We have received numerous submissions, and the board does review the information that directors receive. And we have a plethora of information and take that into account in our decision making. That brings us to item 11, which is a break, and then immediately we will go into executive session, which we anticipate will be about 70 minutes. I will read the purpose of the executive session at this time and will come out when it is concluded. The purpose is to evaluate the qualifications of an applicant for public employment or to review the performance of a staff member. However, discussion of salaries, wages, and other conditions of employment to be generally applied within the district will occur in a meeting open to the public. And when the board elects to take the final action of hiring, setting the salary of individual staff member or class of staff members, or discharging or disciplining an employee, that action will be taken in a meeting open to the public. If you note on the item agenda, after the executive session, there's only one more item, which is adjournment. There is no further items for particular business. So we are in break and then executive session. All right, so given our later start for the start of the break in the executive session, we're about at the time we anticipated to take, but we need an extra 15 minutes, so we'll be continuing executive session for another 15 minutes. All right, and that concludes our executive session, which brings us to item 13, which is adjourning the meeting. The meeting is now adjourned.